Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Sorry for the aggressively fit. Hello. How is everyone? Hopefully that's not too loud. Let me change the volume. But I figure we could just be cozy for a bit. Sorry. Pinged me. Alright. I put on Christmas music, but can change. Let me know. We're vibing. I'm vibing. I woke up late today. Got the better of. That's okay. Let's see. That fucker, thank you, Atlas. He could have just DM'd me or deleted it and it, but that's okay. Thanks for lurking. I'm just really bad about explaining to people that I'm here. So, my bad, Atlas. Thanks for giving me the patience and grace. Should I change the music? I think I like this vibe. Is that loud? I don't think so. Anyways. Hi. My phone, for some reason, as soon as I sat down to do this, everyone was like, message me. Okay, cool. My bad, Atlas. I apologize. Make sure you're doing your edit, mister. I turned my phone silent. There you go. Okie dokie. I made some coffee because I needed it for my throat. Because for some reason, it's still not great. Initially, I had planned to play Expedition 33, the final act. But I got really motion sick the other day playing Fortnite. And I think it might have been just the new way the update is. So I wasn't sure if I should play Expedition 33 or not, or we should try a new game, like just start a new game, because the Seosa Blake Manor is really testing my ADHD weak spots of remembering things in a certain order, and I'm really bad at timed events. But hi everyone, welcome in, welcome in. I hope y'all are well. Thanks for lurking if you're just clicking on to click on. I appreciate you. I'm Allie. Hope I know all of you. I don't know y'all. Nice to meet you, my beautiful lurkers. Hello. Welcome, welcome. I'm having some coffee. Want to see my mug? If it's too bright, sorry. Maybe it's too bright. But it's got a little owl on it. I think that's pretty cutie. But I made some coffee because I love coffee. I hope everyone's Sunday is going well. I just had a late start to mine, but then went for sushi and then went to a walk through a Barnes and Noble. It was pretty okay. That was a good start to the day. And then my headache got the best of me, and now we're here. Okay. I've hydrated. Anyways, I put butterflies in my hair. And then I had pink and green, and then immediately I was like, Cosmo and Wanda ain't slick. So, you can agree or disagree, but I don't know what I'm saying. That's okay. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I think that's mainly why I don't know what to play, is because I'm having the Sunday scaries. So. It looks like an emote. That'd be cute. Do you have one that looks like that? Yeah, they're kind of cute. Probably. I know you're in like 1,000 communities, so that's why I'm asking. How is your edit going? Like, that's a really loud gulp. My bad. Can't believe it's already like 5 p.m. You haven't started, you took a nap. You deserved your nap. You've had a lot of sushi. Wearing that choker I got at that Delta Con we went to with, but that was pretty Nino Mosquito. Thanks for gracing me with your presence, Atlas. I appreciate you. If it was to yell at me, that's okay. Trying to figure out what game to play. Your nap was. Let's see. Looking through my Steam library. Apology. Just like try more of the dying. Kind of disheartening that I'm dumb. I got gifted mouthwashing. And I don't know the vibe or not. Washing is. Oh, is bird game? Is that what mouth? Well, I love being jump scared. That's great for me. I can download that. I can download mouthwash. Not really a jump scare game? Okay. Okay. And I can't wait to be blasted. Let's try it then. Let us try. Not too loud. Do I have to use keep my mouse or can I use a controller? Probably should have figured out before. Hey game. That's... Let's see. Oh god. Gotta change the sound. No, please. No, please. Oh god! My ears! Ugh! My ears. Second. I've lowered it in OBS for 1 second while I fix this. For those who know I get motion sick, what settings do I need to put on here? Not movement heady, you just walk around. Okay. Will I fix... Oh, okay, computer. Alright, let me fix this, and then let me do this, and then we'll see the true test of the audio levels. Is that okay, or does it need to be louder? I feel like that's decent. Yeah. Odd. Does it have borderless window, or is... Oh. We ball. Get closer. Okay. Mouthwash. Let me... I was gonna move the chat box. Scuff, 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 scuff. That's a crazy first time chat. That's crazy. Okay, game. Loading. Okay. An orbital body has been detected. Okay. A manual collect. Do I need to like remember these things? Leftward. Oh god, is this the quality of the game? Okay. Also, let me move my chat box now that I can do that. Where should the chat box be for this game? Is that okay? Should it be like above the dialogue in a different area? I don't know this game at all. It's fine where it is, but the box could be shorter. Is that decent? Okay. Thanks, Atlas. Okay. I hope this doesn't seek in. Wait. What did it say I needed to do? Gonna be it. Oh. Did I already pick a bad option? Wait. I didn't know I can move. Okay. What am I supposed to click? Okay. Did I already fuck it up? Do I have to start over? Button do. So confused. Is that important? I don't like it when they don't tell me what to do. I paid attention. Uh, that's not good. I don't know what I did wrong already. Okay. Okay. That. It. I feel like I fucked up already. What do I do? Is that bad? I didn't fuck it up already? Okay. Oh, the door's open now. Supposed to know. That's important. What does that mean? What does that mean? To be jump scared? Like, how do I? Just means in front of me more. I don't know how to like eat the mic more than I already am. Sorry. Hopefully this is better. Why can't I enter? I don't want to be jump scared already. Oh. Shit, dude. I don't want to be. I don't want to. Should I not have walked this way? Oh god, what the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Okay. Why does it sound like that? What's happening? Am I gonna die? Hey, bud. Can I walk through here? I'm very stressed. Are you still there? I don't know what's happening. Can I go back now? Ah! Uh. Uh. Should it? I didn't like that one bit. Phew. Right, okay. Anyone else would do the same thing? Oh god. We ain't touching that damn cargo. The hold is locked down for a reason. The only thing worse than dying slowly is not getting paid. But it could be something useful, I think. Could be what? Hopes, dreams, and marzipan? Ha. You don't have to. If it helps us survive, it's worth it. Man, Pony Express bosses really aren't chill at all, huh? Come on, a quick look won't hurt. How exactly is this group therapy committee planning on getting in there? So, when you said it wasn't jump scare, I feel like you lied. Alright, here, boss. You're looking at the meanest swing of the regional junior baseball team. Straight up nearly corked a kid once. You can take the utility axe and... You are goddamn born fully corked? Does that say corked? Thank you. That's enough, Swanza. There has to be I feel like there's like no sounds. That's the only jump scary part of the game. I feel like I have so much distrust. I feel like the... Is that loud? I feel like... I remember correctly from the safety protocols. Okay. The doors should have an alternate access code. But it can only be uncovered using a code scanner device. And only the captain has access to the scanner. Of course. Go ahead and ask him all about it. Maybe he'll sing you the blues too. We don't need him. If we find the scanner, get the code, and open the hold. Are we Jimmy? The volume was fine. Okay. I'll figure it out. Right on. Wire code scanner. Oh god, that gave me a fright. Okay. My god.
Polly says, teamwork makes the dream work. Yay!
Bite me. Bite me. That's how I sleep. Paul says lend a hand. Teamwork is the soul of success. When you have completed your task, always check on other tasks. Huh. HR complains about poor team synergy may result in collective punishment. Yikes. Giddy up, Galaxy. Punctual deliveries are pride and promise, no matter where you are. Late deliveries will be docked for personal credits. Well, that seems like stress. Don't be daft. Proper preparation prevents accidents. It's your responsibility to keep yourself and your crew safe. Medical expenses will be docked for personal credits. Yikes.
Polly says, the Pony Express Darn Hard Space Rider 2-part is one of our fastest and safest ships.
I don't think I'm gonna like that mascot. Sleep is the best rest after a long day of work. Earn that rest. Don't overdo it or fall behind. Do not indulge in over 5 hours of rest. Are you kidding? That's crazy. Is this... Am I gonna have to cook? Excuse me. Nutrition. Oh. Okay. Is this how I cook later? There seems to be some fluffy things around. Ooh. Neat. I like the vibes. Looks like it'll be soup again for dinner. You want a rock, paper, scissors for the chicken noodle? How much food do we have left? 4 months. Less than the remaining air supply, but we can make it last, in theory. Interesting. We'll have a rad story to tell, though. They might even write articles about us so we could be on TV. But it'll impress the ladies, too. Hell yeah. Real problem is us running out of toilet paper. Fatal stuff, man. That's silly. We should leave that part for the press. Okay. Sure. Sure. Okay. Okay then. I have trauma. Oh god. Medical room? Ah! Okay. He doesn't want to keep still anymore. What about the painkillers? It just hurts him so much I can't stand the noise. You did make it through nursing school, right? Pony Expressor doesn't know how to cut corners if nothing else. I was thinking we never went back to the cockpit after we dragged him out. It's almost entirely foamed up. What kind of miracle Curly didn't end up fossilized? Okay. So is Curly the pilot? Okay, but it could still be unstable. I just think, well, it's the only place the code scanner could still be. Otherwise, where should I look? I'll take a look. I know you'll figure it out, Jimmy. You're so capable. And also, well, I was hoping you could help me with Captain Curly. Right, sorry, with Curly's medication. People have to be worth their titles, don't you think, Nurse Anya? Yeah, forget I asked. Whoa. Okay. Wait. Okay. I'm feeding medication. Oh, bud, you've seen. Hi, KJ. How are you? Thanks for being here. I hope you're well. I'm okay. We're playing Mouthwashing for the first time. I hope your Sunday's been well. You passed 70k words on your revisions draft? Congrats, dude. That's awesome. Proud of you, friend. I don't like this any more than you do. You know what they say? Pain is how we know we're still living. Okay. Oh, well, I hope that it's a really good, a good reality, KJ. Okay, buddy. Feel better soon. Probably beyond drag now. Okay. Okay. What is she doing? The best there is? Yippee! Hey, bud? Do you still want to keep? Why do you think he did it? Does it matter? What answer would make you feel any better? I have to believe that our worst moments don't make us monsters, Jim. I have to, even in his case. He tried to take us all down with him? Oh. I didn't know that. Going into this game blind. There's 2 reasons to keep him alive at this point. I guess the important bit is that we all agreed to it for one reason or another. You're still nauseous. Okay, you need a minute. Okay, well. I have drama from walking this hallway. Hey, what are you doing over here? Thank you for helping with Curly. Did you find the code scanner? I hope it's still there. Well, I have to get there. You just keep popping up. What's this? Do I know the code? Did they say the code? Fuck. Lounge. Oh god! Hey buddy? And you're supposed to be figuring out our great cargo robbery. Why are you standing out here? None of your goddamn business. Everything is my business now because of Curly. I don't even want to keep having this conversation. Right, Capitano. Working blue-collar fools can't afford to stop working even when the machine does. Go figure. And before you start, I'm taking a break. Don't you worry, I ain't going over my break time allowance. Yeah. Working on what? How does it look in there? Solid wall of foam. Trying to see if I can break it down enough to get something useful out. Any of my tools. Interesting. But if I breach that foam and break the air sea, it slides out for all of us. I ain't letting anyone else mess around in there. Even D-Zook. He's your intern, he's supposed to be helpful. I think I'm letting that knucklehead in there after that crash roughed it up. Our so-called nurse nearly skewered her leg when the vent hatch was opened during the maintenance. That was before the crash. I warned her, but it'd send one ear out the other. Even what? What? Just like my useless kids back home. So no, ain't letting anyone else want to turn in here. Whose name? Ah! That scared me. I said D-Zook. How am I supposed to say it? Sorry for butchering their name in the most Texan way possible. Is it pronounced Daisuke? Daisuke. I have trauma. Well, Satsuke is like different in my mind when I read that. Sasuke? So, Daisuke? Or... Ah! Should I have closed this door? I kind of want to go in there even though he said not to go in there. Is that a bad idea? Hey, gang. Where'd everyone go? Hey, bud. How you doing? This game has scared me too many times for me to trust it. What are y'all doing down here? What's up? You're doing the right thing. Let it be medicine, food, or water. I don't know. I don't know anything. Hey, gang. Well, get on with it. This is all you. I want it duly noted that I had no involvement in this. So... Daisuke is how this name is pronounced? What do you guys think we got shipping? If the spare parts maybe... Me and this person can... I'm not saying more names. The shipment we can get out. Right? But yapping. What was the code? How do I use this device? I don't know how to use this. What am I looking for? What, did they tell me the code? I don't... Big old sticker on the wall. What wall? Oh. 4517. Yes. Why'd you sound like that? Why do you sound like... Oh. Are you listening? Yeah, damn, I'm sorry. Didn't sleep again. But I passed the psych eval. Well, you gave the same answers as last time. I do wish you'd open up a little more, Captain. Hi, Midnight. How are you? Thanks for coming in. I've never played Mouthwashing before. And so we're experiencing that together. So, it's been an adventure so far. I hope you're well. Thanks for stopping in, Midnight. His evaluations are about you, as long as I'm fit to fly in your eyes on. Yeah. Oh, stop it. Guess that means I only have one more eval left to do. And me? He acts as if I do these things for fun. And then I have to make a report with things like, I found myself sexually excited at the sight of cartoon horses. Sounds like your last breath will be minty fresh when you finish the game. I can't wait to find out what that means. Well, I could take it off your hands. Really? I've known him a long time. He won't try to bullshit with me. I suppose you are the captain. I am the captain now. Thank you. What a relief. Oh, before I forget. Swanza? Is it Swanza? Asked me to give you this. They can't expect me to perform miracles. Okay. Look at me, I am the captain now. Precisely. Not sure what it means. Sounds like fun. Good luck, Captain. Cool. Talk to Jimmy in Swanza. Okay. When it's right, it's right. Play. They have been fixing this for days. Best stay away. Painkillers. How cutie. Anxiety. Da. We go to the lounge. Hey buds, you in here? Richtig. What's this way? A toilet? I'm still on the clock though. That's silly. Okay. Hey, buddy. Hi, Jimmy. And Pony Express said they don't provide onboard entertainment. Feels like there's always something broken in that room. Opal's starting to show her age. Past inspection, right? Shouldn't be an issue. Plus they added dice. Okay? Is that right? Last minute. Didn't account that there'd be 5 of us now. Really should have made a bigger stink about that. Don't I have to, like, eval you? Maybe you should intervene. Or we could just close the door. Your call. Okay. I feel like I was supposed to talk to you more. Ooh. Oh. That seems important. Oh. Wait, what you doing in here? Hey. Well, I can see the issue. The kid was brought on just to make me suffer and turn my ass. I was just trying to fix the vent. How did that trigger the emergency phone? Because you're talented in all the wrong ways. That's silly. I would have dealt with this, but only you can unlock the axe case. Every goddamn thing has to go through you. I'll handle it. Hang in there, mister. You do that. Okay. Why can't I see it better? 2609. Oh, yeah. Hello? I clicked it. My dogs are... Hang in there, yeah. Wait, do I have to hand them the... Oh shit. I did it. I figured it out. The dogs are having a snooze. Youch! Oof, strong stuff, huh? Get through your goddamn school. That vent is strictly off limits. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have fun with your revisions. I appreciate you being here, KJ. Thank you. Get through your goddamn school. That vent is strictly off limits. Fully fucking collapse inside. You looking to get impaled, electrocuted, and cooked? Yeah, but like, you can't fit in there to fix it, right? So I can totally handle it. Captain, give me the X. Bonza, this could have damaged the pods. You can't let something like this happen again. Yeah, I got it. Loud and clear. Keep the X until you've cleaned this all up, yeah? Ooh. Ah! What are you doing? What's that? I take it Anya diagnosed you with being sane then? Just off center, but it's what keeps me on my toes. I said I'd do yours. I want to hear all about those cartoon horses. Is that something you were born with or recent development? Alright, shut up. Let's go to the cockpit. Yay! Where's the cockpit? This way? Am I crazy? Did I go the wrong way? Why does it feel like this? Please tell me there's not gonna be a fucking jump scare. Ah! You're crazy and I'm going the right way? Thank you. Hello? Hello? Oh, hello? I feel like this is not correct. I don't want to jump off a cliff. Hello? Can I leave now? Oh. I can't leave. You fuck it. Ah! What the hell? The hell? What, you never seen a river before? Not like this. This is in the cockpit? Hello? Well, it's in a pit. Not sure of the cock variety. Okay. Is that normal? Am I okay? Is there normally a sun in the cockpit? Is there normally a sun in the cockpit? What's going on? This is gonna jump scare me. Okay. Hey, bud, that was weird. Whew. Can't just make something up for this. It's not like these evals ever go anywhere when we get back. We'll power through it. Have you been able to complete your mandated task as co-pilot efficiently to your fullest capacity? Let's see. I'll just put good for that one. That's all of them done and done. I'll read things otherwise, off the record. I like it. We're in control here. Didn't think you'd ever take being a firefighter pilot as well as you have. With how you struggled back on Earth? Whoa. Sure. All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. Honestly, it's kind of annoying. So what is it? How come it always seems like you're standing on the edge of a bridge with your feet in cement? Lately, I've just been thinking. You ever just think? Crazy. Is this enough? Should I just stay here because I've been successful at it? A long-haul freighter, Captain? I can read. That's what I'm saying, it's not, but it's terrifying. I think, am I figured out? Is this all it'll ever be? Or do I take the risk and try something new? Even if I'm bad at it. I guess I get it. You'd reach the highest rung on this ladder. Now you're thinking you might be on the wrong ladder altogether. It's a long way down from the top no matter how you look at it. While I'm still climbing and climbing. Something like that. But hey. You know I believe in you. Here. On Earth. Doesn't matter. You should write that on the psyche eval. That doesn't seem like a fun message. Oh no, the big guy themselves. Guess that's my cue. I'll see you later. So like... Can I read said news? Hello? Hello? Why do we have a TV in here? Hi, Atlas.
A business operating at a steady profit can give its workers security and employee.
Ooh.
Here, in fact, is the answer to a dream as old as man himself.
Yeah? Oh! Okay. Uh-oh. Revolutionary new dental hygiene product. Wow. Brand new formula designed to kill bacteria and kill germs without leaving a bad taste. Oh. Hell of a transition. This is mouthwash? Unfucking believable. Gotta be an ocean of this stuff in here. This room looks like a freaking endless. Title drop absolute cinema? That was absolute cinema. You're so right. I have to adjust my seat. Sit on my legs. This is what they'd have 5 people hauling for a year. Maybe you should drink it. It has alcohol in it, probably. All of this. For mouthwash, the sugar content probably offsets as any potential as a disinfectant. Disinfectant, what are you? Let me see that. 14% ethanol. Ah! Ah! Ah ha ha! Those will smell good at least. That's right, kiddo. You bet your ass on that. What are you doing? Stop that. Yo! That's bad. Wee! Shut up. I'm just an old taking care of my dental hygiene. You hear that? That's the sound of 15 years of sobriety popping like a cyst. Yeah, that's about that. I was about to say that's a very alcoholic move to chug the alcohol-based mouthwash. Glorious, magnificent, red-hot cyst. Good riddance and cheers. I feel like the Captain Curly. Here. Guess anyone could get seriously blasted off of this stuff. Yeah, and kill you in the process. This can't be real. There's no way. Now we can go out in style. Daisuke. Daisuke? Come here. Anyone ever teach you how to drink like a man? This is... Okay. Oh. Okay. Break the news. Okay. What's the news? Ah! Surprise! Surprise! Look at your face. Gotcha. Cheers. Wow. What's the occasion? We only get one communal birthday party per trip, right? So we can have it whenever. Only one person can really be surprised birthdayed per trip. This one's the last haul, remember? No way, I can't believe I missed that. You're next on the list, so congrats. Hate to say it though, your duties have to extend to even your own birthday party. You're the only one with clearance to make a cake. I get to make a cake! Wow! The recipe is there by the machine. Up to it, Captain. Bake a cake. Okay. Sure. Oh. Mix water and gelatin. Cake base and sweetener. Do not consume more than 2 slices. Damn. Okay. Why did I need the... Two, three, four, one. Okay. Water and gelatin. I'm not good with numbers. I will write this down because I need to. You get a new page of notes. Where's the cake base? Is the water and gelatin the cake base? Ah, understand. Where do I get said products from? Oh. That was a gross sound. Do I take the cake base or do I add sweetener to it? Cake base and sweetener. Okay. Understand. And then 2, 3, 4, 1. I'm cooking. Yippee! I did it. Look how cutie! Oh, you're already sitting. You gotta make a speech. Can't argue with that. Speech, speech, speech. Go on. Hey. Wrong. That's all it said on the report from management. We will receive a paycheck for this delivery. Don't know any more than that. Pony Express finally kicking the bucket, huh? What a joke. More the punchline. I don't have any savings. Real. Can't just do this, right? Pony Express is one of the last manned crew freighter companies. The writing's been on the wall for a long time. When did they tell you? Earlier this week. I was instructed to wait until we're closer to the haul destination. But I can't keep something like this from you all. Should have used y'all. I guess you got what you wanted, without the guilt. If I had known, I can go back to my, how'd you put it, struggle of a life. Damn, bro. Anya never got into medical school because she's, well, let's be real. And now, how many, wow, and how many employment years Swanza got left in him? Daisuke will be fine. Mommy and Daddy haven't covered, so there's that at least. But you, headed for bigger and better, right? I'm just working on my life being a place I don't have to fucking escape. So I was trying to tell you nothing more. Ah! We're the ones you're trying to escape. Leave the dirt behind now that your boots are clean. That's insane. That's not what I meant. It is what you meant. You just couldn't frame it to yourself in a way that kept you as a hero. Abandon the crew but remain the model captain. Unbelievable. What am I supposed to do? Let's have this. Let's have some fucking cake. Props to the Twilight Cruise of the Tulbar. Props to our captain and his new prospects. Hello? Oh. My mouse doesn't... Am I supposed to... Just... This is a shitty knife for cutting cake. Holy shit. Three months after crash. He's still asleep. Check on Curly. Right. Okay. Okay. So this is like insane. Okay. Why do you sound like that, game? Why do you sound like that? Hello? Hey, buddy. Don't know if he's been given his medicine yet. Find on yet? Okay. Listen, sorry, buddy. Miss Ma'am, where the frick are you? Hello? Are you there? Hey, Girly Pop, you're not doing drugs, right? Man, y'all have I have gone to utility. Oh. I kinda don't want to go back to the cockpit. Is she having a moment? Hello, where'd you go, man? Are you back in the lounge? Cockpit scares me, so it'd be really cool if you weren't there. Okay. I have a feeling you're in the cockpit then. Anya? The ominous music is, ominous. I guess we get to go to the cockpit to find Anya. I'm not scared at all. La 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 la. La la. Anya? Oh shit. Hey yo. No, I understand completely. That's how it has to be. Oh, it's you. Jimmy, not able to sleep either? Why is she like, ah? It's nighttime. Why are you talking this late? Anya, are you crying? No, don't worry. I'm okay. We all need to keep it together. Oh, I'm keeping it together. Don't you worry, Captain. He's making noises again. Did you give him his meds before, Anya? Ah, no, must have slipped my mind. I don't know if I trust you. I'm sorry, I'll do it. No, really, I'm perfectly okay. I said I'll do it. Right. So can I have, like, the axe back, my guy? Getting a lot of use out of that right now? Or we'll force a habit. Don't overthink it. I'm overthinking it! You have an axe, and you're sussy. And I don't like that. Wonder if they've even noticed we're missing back at headquarters. It'd take a rescue ship so long to get here. Might be another freighter they could divert and try to find us. It's not inconceivable. I suppose you're right. Yeah, why do you got that, bud? Okay, well, enjoy. I'm off to feed the captain. La 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 la. I don't trust the crew. La 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 la. La 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 la. This is very scary. La 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 la. Hey, buddy. Once we're out, we'll have nothing to keep him quiet. I don't know how many I'm allowed to... Hey, bud. Hey, you look great, you know? Just a minor scrape. It's just a small flesh wound. It's fine. I know what everyone is thinking. The way they look at me. What could I even say? And then, what would she do? Who's she? Damn it. Here we are now. Me in the driver's seat. Thanks for that. Open up. I hope these make you feel fucking better. That's a little hostile, but okay. I think the sounds are the worst. Maybe we should give him some mouthwash. It's got alcohol. Hey buddy, I hope you feel better. Glad I could help. I hate it when the game does that. Ah! 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 Hey, bud. We should have some. Yeah, whatever you want, buddy. It's mediocre at best, obviously. Sometimes you can only get the subpar stuff. That's what makes the really good stuff well good, right? Why bother? Hey. World We all tried to escape. Didn't work for any of us. I think you've never looked better. And is it good enough? If I'm being real, it certainly isn't the best. All I could do is try to make my life when I'm not trying to run from all the time. I think he looks fantastic. I think he looks fine. Sometimes I'll be promoted. I'll buy a house, fall in love. But other times, I'll just have some awful fucking cake with my friend. Right now, that sounds pretty brilliant, yeah? So if you'll do the honors. Right. Let me find a knife. Right. Any of y'all got a knife? Any chance there's a knife over here, gang? Do I have to leave the room? Like, there's no knives in here? Buddy, you've never looked better. I just wish there was a knife in here. Okay. Please don't be a jump scare. Sexy. Okay. I don't like the vibe we got going down here. Huh? Please don't be a jump scare. Hey. You know, the flashy lights. You know, why am I going this way for a knife? Is there a knife here? Why is there a knife in the cockpit? Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Yeah? Is there a better way to get out? Can't really see. I swear to God, if you jump scare me, I've gotta hurt someone. Why is it so loud? Why is it so loud? Guys? It's so pretty. I love what you've done with the graphic. I can come back. Hey bud? I see what you're trying to do here. I can I don't want to stab you, buddy. I don't wanna. Do I have to? Ugh. That's stressing me fucking out. Check all the crew. On it, boss. Hey team. How we freaking doing today? Oh hell yeah, what you doing over here, bud? Hey man, what's up? It's a big man himself, Jimbo. Listen, 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 this is the best part. Oh, ew. You're a mess, Swanza. It'll be all the sad motherfuckers of the Tulpire in the sky with the diamonds. After Jimmy pulling the plug. Thank you, Sarybot. On the party before the last call. Okay, well. You vibe out, man. Hard to tell. Okay. Keep on keeping on, my guy. Oh, bud.
Polly says.
Hey, girlfriend. Are you drinking the stuff? Anya? Ah! Oh, you startled me. Sorry. No worries. Thinking about drinking that too? Honestly, yeah. Probably just make me feel sick. Wouldn't fix anything. Much as I'd like it to. Right? Hey, I was thinking. You know that not all of the medicine aboard was in my office? We store some in a storage locker in the hallway. Great time to tell me that. Awesome. Thank you. Why haven't you brought this up earlier? It was all foamed up. I didn't think it was possible to reach it. But I've been estimating the position of the foam. I think the medicine depot locker isn't too far into the mass of it. So we could try to break it down. One strike too many on a weak spot. We'll all get sucked into space. I think it's worth the risk. If nothing else, it's an excuse to get Swanza to hand over the axe. Break the foam. Right on. Okay, where's our other faithful companion? Can we like check on him? Hey bud. Jimbo! El Capitano, the man with the plan. You done? I need that. This whole thing? This was entrusted to me by our previous tragically inclined leader. Big responsibility. You know all about that, huh? I'm gonna try and get some more painkillers. Do something useful, you know. Oh, I heard all about it. You're looking to pull the plug on this party early. Trying to save us. I think this guy's mad at us. Take matters into your own hands, eh? Be my guest. Uh-oh. Hey, bud? Don't do that. Hey, Hey, man. I don't know if you, I don't know if you should have done that. I think I already feel the ship rub-a-tumbling through space again. Ah, Back to the Future. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Hey, girl. Should I go check on the other guy? Like a spa up in here with this music. Oh, hey man, were you here the whole time? Bud? Ugh, how many have you had? This will kill you before or anything else. I know. My mom found this internship for me. That's her slacker, she said. I don't know. I just never knew what I wanted to be. Never was good at anything. I'll screw up. Not done yet, Daisuke. I just hope she doesn't blame herself. Please, just take it. I don't want to look at this stuff anymore. Okay. I want to be alone if that's okay. Sorry. Right. Okay. Good luck. Where was I supposed to go with this? cockpit? I have a feeling that means the power will shut down. But here? Like... Okay. Where was I supposed to use it? Okay. 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 Is it in the where? Kind of silly that you're down there. Where do I use it? La 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 la. Like over here? Is this what I'm supposed to use it on? Okay, well. Wow. Bitch, the fuck are you doing? Oh wow, Jim, you did it. Yeah, it actually wasn't that hard once I figured it out. Amazing, really. Sure. I hate to ask you again, but woman jump scare? For real. Could you give Curly his painkillers? It still just makes me so nauseous. Girl! You're not serious. Look, I've entertained your sentimentality until now, but I'm trying to actually fix things on you. Ah! I'm getting us through this. I find the code scanner, figure out the door code, get the axe, chop up the phone, but not too much. And best of all, give Curly his fucking medicine. But I'm bearing it. I have to, because this captain has to take fucking responsibility of this goddamn ship. Ah! Sorry. I didn't mean to. Go make sure Daisuke doesn't choke on his own vomit. Oh no, I'll take care of it on you. I always do. Okay. Any more jump scares? Hey, bud. You're looking fucking great. I don't think I understood the pressure you were under before. Fuck, can you try to tell me? Our worst moments don't make us monsters, huh? You were a good Captain Curly, and you'll be one again. I'll get us both through this. The sounds are the worst. Who's crying? Is it me? Am I crying? Are you crying? Who's crying? Ah! Hey, bud. You look great. I hope that... Oh. What judgment? Hello? Jimmy, get the fuck out of there. You're welcome. What? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay. You okay? Yeah, I can't sleep. Yeah, me fucking either. I know how that is. I just toss and turn or stare at the ceiling all night. I actually kind of like the nighttime window screen. Atlas. If you can believe it. I just come to look at it sometimes. You look really, really close. You can see there's a dead pixel in the upper right corner. That's so... Nope, don't see it. In the back of my mind, it's always there. Are you good, girl? I'm gonna go bonkers looking for it. Cheers. I don't think it ruins the illusion, though. It's peaceful. But maybe I'm just used to looking at the bigger picture. How many days of transport do we have left? Let's see, off the top of my head. Around 237 days. Just under 8 months. Hey, why do you think Pony Express put a lock on the medical room door, but not the sleeping quarters? Why'd they do that? I suppose for the same reason they put a lock on the cockpit. Ah! Safety. I don't feel safe. 5 months after the crash. Whew! Right. Cool. Ah! Hey, bud. Jimmy, help. Jimmy, it's a total emergency. Calm down. What is it? Anya stuck in the medical. The door won't open. What if she runs out of something? Right. Let's go have a look. It's a trap. Okay. Go, buddy. Anya, I brought Jimmy. We're here to rescue you. Don't worry. Don't panic. Hey, heard the lock's been broken. Did you lock yourself in there, ma'am? Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you, Jimmy. The rest of our medicine stash is in there, too. Damn, this could be bad. You try to really put your back into it? Any wrenches laying around? How heavy is the med kit? Anya, is the door stuck? No. Huh? What do you mean? Look, we're all stressed. But you can't go breaking down at every little hardship. Open the damn door. You were right. You were right all along. I should have done this from the beginning. Don't! Listen, Anya, I know things are bleak, but like... Don't be unreasonable. Just unlock the door, and we can all have a good cry together. You know? Like, you don't need to do anything bad. I feel like you're about to do something very bad. Let's not do that. You think I wanted this either? Make no mistake, this isn't my worst moment. Far from it. It's the best decision I'll ever make. No! I don't like where you're going. With that, open the door. I'll take care of it. No! Hi, Alex. Hi. I'm playing Mouthwashing. Thanks for being here, cutie. Mwah. And someone said there's no jump scares. And they're a goddamn liar. I've never played this before, and I'm going in blind. So, I'm stressed, just a little. How are you and the pups? How's Rebel in Dublin? Anya? What does that mean? Curly is still in there with her, right? Yeah, you don't think... We're good? It's warm today? Ooh, yay, warm weather! Yay! It was hot today, where we are. Have you played Mouthwashing, Alex? Daisuke? Humans wants to know the internals of the ship better than anyone. There's absolutely no other way into medical. You have not. Okay, I hope you don't mind watching me play this. But I've been starting this blind, and Anya's just locked herself in the medical. And everyone's a little irate. Also said it was strictly off limits. Like super mega not allowed above all else. Utility room. That busted vent in there loops into medical. I mean, technically a person could totally fit through it. That's the only way we'll make it work. You're listening, Anya? Fine. Come on, Daisuke. You've seen a little gameplay. Well, go to utility. Righto! I'm totally not scared. Close that fucking door. I don't like your footsteps, brother. The axe go. Hello? Man. Bud? What you doing over here? Hey, man. They don't move if you look at them? But I gotta need to know that for later? Why would you say that? Also, we need your help. I know you said utility was dangerous, but I'm good right here, fellas. You know I'm not letting you in there. Off limits. Look, if there's any possibility, Jimbo, letting you scratch at that foam would be useless. You'd only tear this goddamn ship a new asshole. Nothing to be done about it. Bad luck. Tail miss a donkey. But Swanza, this could be really bad. Just hear us out. We're God's hand-picked favorites on this here planet, I reckon. Means we get to name it. But let's hear it for Wake Rock. I would never spoil a mechanic. Thank you, Atlas. Whatever's going on anywhere else ain't my problem. Since I'm the happiest man Wake Rock has ever seen. Let's just go, Daisuke. There's no point with him. Hello? Don't do anything. Stop, stop, stop. I can fix this. Ah! Why do you keep fucking saying that? You hearing yourself? I'm sorry. We still have disinfectant, right? The one from the extra medical stash? Get it, now. The cocktail. You. The cocktail? What are you blabbering about? That was your fault. You would never have. I had no choice. You. Useless goddamn fucking idiot. There has to be something else. Find disinfectant. Okay. Whoa, where'd you go, bud? Where'd you go?
Polly says.
Okay. Hey, man. I don't like this. while he says, ah. By chance, is there any in medical? Ooh. Ah. See, listen. I gotta go. Hey, man. Hey, brother. I'm already looking in here. At least try to make yourself useful. God damn it. Righto. Okay. Cool. I'm just gonna close that behind me. Okay. Hey man, I don't think I want to open that door. Hey. Hey, what's that? Hey. Am I supposed to be in here? What if I just sprint? Ah! Hello? Hey. Hey, man. Hey. Ah! A blind bee saved listeners. You can't refer. I don't like your note. So. What is that? What is that? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? I don't like this animal big guys. I'm not breathing. What do you mean be quiet? What do you mean? What's happening? supposed to be using the scanner. I don't like this, guys. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Oof. Okay. That seems like he really likes me. I think he's mad. I don't think he likes me. Okay, listen, entity, I don't think he likes me. Ooh, listen, bud, listen. We can talk about it. I don't think he likes me. Right, hey, man, hey. I feel like you got the zoomies. And I'm here for the zoomies, man, but not when you're trying to hurt me. He's just a little guy. He's very stressful. Hi, John. Hi, John. Ah! Ah! Hey, John. I've never played this game. I've got into this blind, and I've got a little friend, and he's thanks for being here. Listen, buddy. Listen! Listen. He's just a silly little fella. He seems like a real swell guy. Maybe he wants to play checkers. Maybe he's hungry. Ah! Do you want a snack? That isn't me. You do think he's hungry? For mouthwash? Ah! Is he having a temper tantrum? He seems swell. I think he needs some time to think about it. Because I need some time to consider the delicious meal he needs. I'm not panicked at all. I just kind of feel like you're next to me, buddy. Just terrified. I'm like petrified even. Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Bollocks. Did you stab me? My little friend? I'm so sorry. I'm just traveling. I'm just a weary traveler. Yeah. Listen, you sound like you have a lot of potential, buddy. I'm gonna sip my agua, okay? Well, don't hurt me, okay? Okay. I feel like you have a lot of angst here. And I'm very stressed. I'm so... Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. Hey buddy, that pixel has never looked better. You know, I think you look so good. Who's that? Hey. Oh. What was that? How many tries is this? What do you mean? What do you mean? I was told to be quiet. Second try? Okay. I'm a baby, okay? Ah! Ah! I don't want to offend you, mister, but your presence is, so calming. Hey! Yes, this is very scary. Hi! Have you played Mouthwashing before? I sure haven't! This entity sure is friendly. Do I need that? Is this spooky? I'd say there's some spooky elements. There's been a crash on our trip, and I need to find disinfectant. And there's an entity that wants me to be quiet as I traverse this passageway. Listen! We can talk about it. Is this not what I need? Do I need this, guys? Am I staring at this for no reason? I think he wants to be my best friend. What do you say, buddy? What do you say, buddy? Hey, man. You messed up, huh? I'm so tense. Ah! Don't try to talk. Just take the nice mouthwash, buddy. You can see the entity, by the way? Like if I had the thingy on? Ah! I think the vent totally connects to medical. If you looked up, why would I want to see him? He seems like a swell guy that doesn't need to be looked at. But you heard what he said, going in there now. It's too unstable. Trying to break the foam could risk the air seal. I just don't want to fuck up again like I did before. You heard Anya? I wouldn't pass her to do something extreme right now. You and me, Daisuke, we could save Curly, yeah? Once it won't help, so we'll figure it out ourselves. Right, yeah. We got this. But even before the foam, how do we even get the door utility open? Once I've been practically camping in front of the door, and he has the key. I have an idea. Are we getting him drunk? Is that the idea? Are we getting him drunk? You're going to have to trust me. We need to knock him out. You're gonna fight him? No. Even he has his limits when it comes to booze. We have to make him pass out. Simple, safe. He might not even realize we did anything after the fact. There's a recipe for a mocktail in the kitchen. We can follow the steps but use different ingredients to add a kick to it. I feel like we're gonna poison him! And I don't like that! Come on. Everything could be solved by throwing fists. A game of fisticuffs while we're trapped in space seems like the greatest idea you've ever had, friend. Come on, buddy. Tonic. Wow. Do I need to make some tonic? But I feel like I need the mouthwash, you say? I need mouthwash and isopropyl. Then drink base and sweetener. Everyone's favorite. Yay! So, do I have those things? I do! Wow! Mouthwash. Yippee! So, do I have the axe? Right. Okay. This is gonna be such a yummy drink. Wow. Okay. Yum. I need some mouthwash. We're out of sweetener. Any ideas? I might have an accident. Misplaced a few packets, buddy. What were you doing? By accident. Right. You could take a look around my stuff. Could be somewhere around there. But also totally somewhere else. Who knows? Anything's possible. The crash sure jumbled everything up. Haha. Right? Okay. Where's your shit, man? Got it. So, drink base and sweetener. Whack. We're gonna make the best mocktail ever. Wow. I feel so good about this inside. Hey man, why'd you walk all the way over there? Man. That drink looks sick. I could totally picture myself on a beach with a hot babe and a few of those. Then I drink too many, throw them up all over myself and never be able to drink them again. Lit. Ah, good times. Let's just get this to Swanza. Okay. Come on, friend. I don't like the way you follow me. Hey, bud? You taking it to teaching my intern now? I personally try to educate based off years of experience, but that's just me, Captain. The fuck is that? Look, we need to keep working together. If this is how I can get us through this without us being at each other's necks all the time, then yeah, give it here. Enjoy, buddy! We finally freestyled we kinda freestyled the recipe. Yeah, I can tell you had a hand in this monstrosity, kid. You ain't no mixologist. Sure as hell ain't no mechanic either. You never should have come here. Who the fuck even decided to let you board, huh? Stick the idiot with a bunch of sad sack adults and see what he learns, eh? Bootstraps and all that? What a load of horseshit. You think it's all going somewhere, but every failure leaves you a little more mangled than before. Word. Older, uglier, meaner. You know what? Bars. Smarter in the worst way. Also a bar. Wallowing doesn't suit you, Swanza. Suppose you think we should all be acting like you. A hard-working, esteemed Capitan. I say take a load off before the sun finally sets on this party. May we never go to hell, but always be on our way. Drink up, buddy. Definitely didn't spike your cocktail. Chug, 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 chug. Woohoo! We drugged it. Why you look like that? Man? Relax. Is he still breathing? He practically bounced off the ground. He'll be fine. His tolerance has to be through the roof by now. Yay! Probably just wake up with a massive headache. Oh man, he's gonna be so mad. I'll never get a good reference now. Ugh. And I don't think you should be worried about that. Wait. Hey man? Okay. Well, I'm trying to use the freaking key. It's got a little goose on it! That's so cutie. Captain, you sure about this? Maybe we could talk with Swanza when he's cleared a bit later? It's just like really into workplace safety and stuff sometimes, you know? Which is like totally cool and stuff, I think. He taught me it's time to be brave, Daisuke. Curly and Anya are counting on us. Yippee! Wait. Whoa, it's like barely foamed up at all. Hey, it's those things. I've never been inside one before. What are they called again? Cryostasis pods. Oh yeah. Could we put the captain in one of those? Those things are far out. Totally sci-fi. Oh, it looks like that one still works. How long can these things even keep you frozen? 20 fucking years. I can't believe Swanza managed to clear all the foam from here. He didn't. What? Think about it. Bones will never let you work with him on breaking the utility room foam wall, right? No, it needed to be handled delicately. He said I have way too much athletic strength in my arms. I would have just torn right through the foam. I was like, damn, makes total sense. Bummer. So I've been in charge of the kitchen instead. He said it's next level critical to keep stock and organize every day. Had me double, triple, 4-time check everything, like, all the time. Right, of course. I never told you he'd gotten in here? No. Look how busy he must have been. There was never any foam here. And Swanza has known the whole time. Just taking a load off before the sun finally sets on this party, huh? That boozed up bastard has been biding his time until he can save himself. Would getting in the pod really mean you'd get rescued? 20 years of a chance. I'd take those odds over our current situation. Not like this, though. Not by lying through my teeth while we wait for everyone else to die. Ew, no, man. That can't be right. I'm sure there's a reason. We'll ask him about it when he wakes up. We'll deal with him after. Right now we have a job to finish. Scoob. And the vent looks like it's still in one piece. Whoa, check out those sparks. I hate to imagine how gnarly it looks inside. Could be somewhat collapsed in places. You know, I don't like the idea of climbing through there. That seems like an unfun time for me. You can make it through. We need to try it. Bonzo said it's not safe. I know he forgot to tell us about the pod, but he knows like everything about this kind of stuff. Maybe we should just like wait for him to wake back up. If you say that one more time. You said you could handle it. Bonzo taught you well, right? Time to prove it. He'll be impressed when he wakes up. Proud. He'll understand why we had to do this. Then he can explain himself. Think so? Leesky, everyone's counting on you. Captain's orders. Yeah, I got this. Okay, here we go. Maybe don't electrocute yourself, though. Just like maybe we should consider that's a thing. Good luck. Now what? Ah! Please don't be there. Anya? Find the gun! Fuck you mean find the gun? Fuck you mean find the gun? The fuck you mean find the gun? Where the fuck is the gun? Can I open this? Hey, party people! Just, looking around for a gun. It's a little too quiet for my liking. Hey, do you know where the gun is?
Polly says, when they have the wish, but coworkers can make it better.
That's the point of trying to find it. Thank you, Atlas. Do you think I could make one? No, it was worth a shot. You think it's in the bathroom? Oh, okay. I'm glad he checked though. La 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 la, this is not scary. La 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 la. It's a little quiet for me. Okay. Do you think the gun is in utility? Or cockpit? What's this? Okay. La 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 la. Not scary at all. Ah. I'm... Deep breath. Ooh. Ooh. Hey. 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 For fuck's sake, where is it? Us being let go is no reason to hurt yourself. Anya? As a nurse, you never got psych evals. I should have thought of that. You could have come to me if you were feeling stressed. Okay. What would you have done? Anything. Anything. You, the crew, are all my responsibility. I told you so over and over, yeah? I'm not going to hurt myself. You know the gun is in a safety case I can't open. But I hid the case itself. Tell me where it is. I just need it for personal reasons. None of this has be on our performance log. We'll figure it out together. You're pregnant! Congrats! You're what? Who would you... Captain, I told you. Listen to me. We can fix this. I've known him for a long time. I'll talk to him. I know you'd never give me the gun to protect yourself. Though the least I could do, make sure he never gets it either. Hey man, where'd you put it? Okay. Hey, good luck. I don't like what's about to happen. Hey man! The bleeding won't stop. Just try to stay still. I need a second to think we can fix this. Hey kid, you hear me? I don't like your vibes. Whiskey? Oh. Don't put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Don't murder him. This is light of work. You could never have become like miserable. What a tragedy. Hey man. Hey man. Decades of hauling ass for Pony Express. Big mighty bruiser and all the shiny tools. This is where it got me the good life, huh? I thought you were dumber than a can of paint. Always just chewing me off about nothing. Useless ray of goddamn sunshine. Not an A student, career workhorse, or force of ambition. Just a damn good kid trying his best. Could have taught an old fool like me a lot. Close your eyes. Hey man! I don't think we have to murder him. Everyone don't look. Hey man! Hey man! Whew. That's, R.A.P. man. You monster. I could have fixed him. I have to do everything myself? Why can't any of you just give me some time to fucking think? Oh man, I think that was the wrong thing to say to him. How do you still not understand? It's over. End of the fucking line. You won't suffer one more second because of your delusions. Unbelievable. Stop pretending! I know about all your plans once I went to utility. I saw you've been hiding down there. Sneaking around with that axe, telling Anya who knows what, now this. You're making sure you're the one who gets inside that chiropod. Oh. Huh. I sure did talk to Anya. But it was her telling me all sorts of things instead, wasn't it? Shouldn't a captain go down with his ship? Not that it matters anymore. I think it matters! I ain't got no place to be. I got everything I could ever want right here on this ship. So go ahead and get in that pod. If you ever get found, you could tell them whatever fucking story you'd like. You've earned it. Oof. Man. Where would you have hid the gun, man?
Polly says.
Can I make a cocktail for old time's sake? Ollie says, I don't know. Where's the gun? I'm very unnerved. Should I not have closed that? Okay. I'm scared to leave the room. Okay. Yo! The fuck happened? Hey girl? What's the fucking code? 911? Did I know where the code is? Oh, I have a scanner. La-duh. Where would it be? Where is it? Girlfriend? Where is it? Do I have to leave the room? I don't want to. Hey man. I feel like it could be in here. Right? Do you think it's in here? I'm just hoping if I click on it again, it's Hey. Right. So... Where do you think the code is? Hello? Hey, gang. You bet it's somewhere on the ship, eh? Hey, party people. Hey, man. A little too quiet for my taste. I don't like it in this area. This is not the fun time to be around. Hey, listen, I know there's something spooky in here. Ooh-wee! Hey, man. 739. Wowee. Okay. Seven, 3, 9. I'll write that down. Could have brute forced it. Now the way back's gonna be a lot more scary, eh? Ah! Okay. Hey everybody. I'm just walking around. I mean no harm. Door jump scare. This way faster. Hey party people. Party people, that's you and me. I'm sorry for your loss, buddy. La 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 la. Hey. Hey girly. Are you still kicking? Sick. Okay. I don't like that there's about to be yeah? Not yet? Okay, can I talk to you though? Right. So, like, I have a weapon. I really don't want to open that door again. I don't want to open that door again. Because big scary guy or someone is gonna be there and I'm gonna scream and have anxiety over it. A freaking jump scare, my guy. Okay. Ah! Okay. Right. Hello. I told him, Anya, you should have waited for me. What did he say? Nothing that makes any difference. Did he seem angry? Where did he go? He just walked away. Clearly I don't want him in here anymore. Hold on, fuck, just wait, I need to find him. Everything's going to be okay. I did. Why does it sound like that? Please don't be there, please don't be there. Do we? I am breathing normally. I have a regular heartbeat. I am not scared. I am being good. Hey, man. Hey. Jimmy. What up, my man? I can fix this. What do you think will happen when we get back? We can figure all of this out. You and me. Ah! What was that? Was that 90 something? All I ever hear is how great of a leader you are. God, it's so annoying. But now, what do you think will happen now when we get back? We'll fix this together. Everything you and I worked for in our lives, accomplishments, changes, none of it will matter. You've gotten through difficult situations before. This time won't be any different. Work through it, one day at a time. Not just me, is it? You were supposed to be the one who had everything under control. You said so yourself. The ship, this crew, everything that happened here. This was your responsibility, Captain. That is what you'll be hearing for the rest of your life. Ooh. Ah! Or all this could be remembered as a tragedy, despite what must have been the best efforts of its acclaimed captain. The Tulpark crew was never found. No one survived to tell the tale. Ah! Why do we look like that? Is that what we looked like pre-accident? Oh my god. Ah. This game is nothing but anxiety. My asthma was flaring. My asthma. Feet in cement. I get it now. Right? Right. Why'd you look at me like that? Hey, man? Hey, man? I'll take care of it. Hey, man! What? Fuck you, game! Hey man! Hey man! Hey man! Hey! Hey! Tell me you did it! I should have. I didn't. What the fuck did you do? Hey man! Hey! Hey man! Hey! Hey! You're so light! You've looked so good! Ah! I just... Hey! Hey man! Wait. Hey! I've gathered us all here. Woo! Happy birthday, Cap. This rocks. You're here. I'm very unnerved. The Captain Jimbo. You've never looked better. Come on. You have to give a speech. Come on. Have at it. You better make it good. Hell yeah. Our captain. Captain Jimmy. Hey. Listen. Do I have to? Do I have to do this? A lot of people struggle to put food on their plates, but that wasn't enough, right, Captain? The lowest rung of your ladder is our highest. Until it was all swept from under your feet. Life isn't even worth living at the same level as us. But I forgive you. All of us do. I won't give up on you, even like this. I believe in you. I'm processing. We're gonna make it through this. Sometimes we thrive, travel the endless reaches of space. But other times we just have to accept days like these. Days like this. You told me that, Curly. Are you still breathing? Let's survive. Okay. Right. Hoo-wee. Hey, that looks, like a great time. Hey. Hey! Woo! Hope I didn't need to grab that. I'm having so much fun. Nothing is around the corner. Hey, duck. That. What do we got there? Hey. Wait. Should I turn around? Is this the wrong way? Ah. Okay. Hey, man! Hey! Hey! Ah! Okay. I love that. You're out, so you gotta drive home, then writing in your verse 72k words, 2k more than the final count you mentioned. Well, congrats, girl! It be, they, them. I love you, KJ. I will try to keep breathing. To get home safe, okay? I don't want to turn around. I don't want to turn around. You know what? Perhaps walking backwards? That's the life for me! Hey, queen. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ah! Righto. La 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 la. Mm-hmm. Yo, yo, yo. Was that bad? Was I not supposed to look at that? Okay. Right. Okay. Whew. Yeah, we're having... I don't like this sounds he made. Okay. Whew. Hey, man. Inventory just like you for real? Word. Ah! Ah! Is that an eyeball? Floor! Cool, cool. We're chill about that. Hey, everybody. We're really fucking chill about this shit. Is there somebody in the fucking vent with me? Hello? Hey. Yo. Hey. Ooh. Oh, I see. Do I have to like reload it? Okay, Atlas, thank you. Ooh-wee. Ah! Who the fuck is following me? Hey, man! Hey! Hey, man! Whew. You have something to say, man? Oh, shut the fuck up and listen. Are we taking like a drag? The sick? The 13 years, half cut up to my eyeballs. Drunk, to put it mildly. I'm so... Suddenly I saw it, a streetlight shining in my face. 500 gigawatts of the power of God. A vision of my bloated body found in some ditch. It scared me straight. So I got a collar, shirt, mortgage, and a credit card. All the things that make me a good man. I hoped I could raise my children to be better than their old man. I wanted to believe I was never one step back away from my worst self. The truth is, discipline, drive, routine, the endless fucking desperation to get shit done, a loving wife, great kids, sobriety. I'm telling you, accomplishments. I've been chasing all my life. Never felt as good as I expected when I crossed the finish line. But now that we're at the end, taking inventory, this night spinning out of my head, sinking into the sofa, broken glass and my palms bleeding dry, the funniest thing ever. Old dogs laughing and snarling on the water bed floor, mocking at the moon for daring to show its face. I'm still fucked up from the jump scare. All nausea, wreckage, and vomit, ugly cruelty. The only problem in the world, an empty bottle. Those were the best days of my life. Yeah, those were the best days of my life. I got nothing to hide, ready to face the music. I can see myself for what I am. But you, a cowardly, selfish motherfucker, and you can't even see it. I should have been able to protect the kid. If I could have done one thing right, I wish it had been to give him one small chance off this goddamn rock. Okay, Spot's left me to fix everything. We're gonna make it. Fuck you. Hey! Can I get in now? Hey. Please don't jump scare me. Please don't jump scare me. Please don't jump scare me. Hey man. I don't like this game we're playing. Hey, what's that? Yo. Ha ha ha. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. Hey man. Yo. A wall. So, you been here a while? You doing good down there? So, um, ah, um, I'm very nervous. Ah, right. Okay. Subway. How do I take responsibility? What do I do? Um, what does this mean? Do I go back? Did I miss something? Hello? Hello? Hi. Um, hey Betty. How do I do that? How do I be one with you? We're in this together, remember? Yes, you should drink water. Whoa. I see you. Yummy. Yum. I love this. You have prepared such a wonderful meal for me. Yummy. Yum yum. Oh, goody in the tummy. Thank you, whoever unfollowed me. Hi. Are we inside you? When the teacher says all eyes on me, like Bo Burnham for real. You've put me in such a warm, comfortable environment. Thank you. Yay. Yay. Ooh. This reminds me of Mom. Yum, is that teeth? Whee! You've never looked better. On, like, Is that fucking guy? Is that fucking beastie here? Hello? Hello? What do we got over here? What's on the TV, bud? Hey, man.
'Tis old Mother Goose's birthday. We're giving her a party. A party, a party, a party for Mother Goose.
The baker man, he served the cake. It was a sight to see.
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yum! Meat pie! Yum! Wow, I'm so full and grateful. Wow! Yummy! That's sure sustenance. Woohoo! Uh. Do I have to keep watching this? Hey, man. Here you go. I bet you're so full now. You said welcome to the hardest puzzle? Oh, fuck. I didn't even... The fuck? What do you mean? What? How? What is? How is it supposed to look? is that? Hey, man. I'm really bad at puzzles. This is really unsettling. I'm just gonna brute force this because I'm not remembering what I did. Yummy. Hi. Oh. Okay. I swear to God if something jump scares me right now. Hey! You look like you might be on fire, bud. You wanna go home? Me too. We are home. Why don't you finish what you started? Don't worry if anyone ever finds us. I'll still be playing the villain. You'll be the better man in the end like you wanted. Could have stopped it. I'm taking responsibility. No, we can both be heroes. We're a team, just you and me, like we used to be. What happened was an accident. We were trapped. I made a mistake, alright? I'm sorry, I'm so fucking sorry, Curly. Please don't jump scare me. Please don't jump scare me. Please don't jump scare me. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. Okay. I don't like the looks of that. Hey man. What am I looking for in there? E. Hello. E. Hey, man. What do you got going on in there? I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh, hey. Good morning, Sleepy. Is that a face? Is that a baby? Wash it away, my ass. Whew. Okay. What you got there? E. Is that the fucking creature from before? That is not the entity. That's some fucking creature, dude. Ooh. Am I not supposed to look at it? Like... I don't like that. Hey. So, what do I do with you? Hey man, can I turn around now? I don't like this. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Waiting for a pizza delivery? Thank you. What do I do, man? What does this mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do I do? I am so scared. Like, what do I fucking do? Do I go underneath it now? want to redo it fucking again. Dodge it? How the fuck do I dodge it? What do you mean dodge it? The fuck do you mean? Like, go underneath it? Ah! Oh shit! Oh shit! Ah! Ah! Okay. Hey, White Rabbit! I hope you're well, thanks for joining. I don't want to go over there. Hey, man. Hey.
It's me. Or what should I call you? And above your pay grade.
Cody Express is dead, and so are you.
What you think of this predicament of yours?
Ooh.
Poor you. It's misunderstood. Polly says.
Yeah? Curly tried his best, I did too, but he's the better man. I see that now. We can both still make it. I'll take care of him. I'm taking responsibility. Curly. Captain. I'm so sorry. I sure fucking hope so. Yes, 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 I do. I fucked up. But I can still make this right. Our worst moments don't make— There's something moving? Why do you sound like that? Don't jump scare me, don't jump scare me, don't jump scare me. Hey, gorgeous. We're gonna go for a stroll. Just you and me, bud. Tiptoe, tulips. Hi, Jody. Hi. Hi. I'm very scared. Am I still carrying my— I've never played this game before. He's never looked better. I think you sound like an asthmatic, and I get that. We're going home, Curly. We're going. We're going. What song would you like, my guy? Moon River. No? Okay. Yeah, you gotta tell me what song you want. Maybe that'll help with this journey home. Hey! Look at that! We're gonna go home together. Hello? Oh! It's okay, Curly. You're gonna be okay. You always had my back. I ended up pretty good even though I was trying to save us. But now you'll survive. It's like you said, together we can fix anything. I'm just proud I got to be your friend and co-pilot, Captain. No one can hurt you now. We fixed it. I fixed it. Hey, man. Didn't you eat my leg? Didn't you eat my leg? Buddy? Did you kill yourself? Hey, man. Ooh. Thank you, Kirby, for gifting me this game. I've never had such anxiety. Oh my god. That was a journey. I'm assuming all of y'all have played this before. Never played it. If you've played it, did you enjoy it? Wow. It has a big fan base. I don't know the lore. You've gotten every achievement? Wow. Those are my options. Follow you or quit? The lore was in game. Wow. So, the lore was in game, yes, but I was like so anxious the entire time. Thank you. Let's see what achievements I got. Like how it's silent. Let me fix that. I have some music. Is that too loud? I hope it's okay. My heart rate? Do you want to know what my heart rate was during that? $100 plus. That's so silly. Okay, let's see what achievements I got during that. Wait, not everyone's finished the game? And not everyone found the employee card. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. So, you guys like the butterflies in my braids? This'll help. So cutie, thank you. This is a Kuromi choke. Whew, my heart rate's still coming down. Wow. What a game. But wait, pretty, thank you. What a freaking game. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wow. That was rough on the asthma. I'm not gonna lie. Joni, how are you? Is it morning, evening? White Rabbit, I hope you're well as well. Wow. Afternoon. Ooh. Okay, okay, okay. You hope I had a good day. I didn't sleep well, but I went and had sushi, and I went to Barnes & Noble and I picked up another novel of manga, and now I played a game, I hung out, I cut my bangs. It was long in the middle, so I trimmed them. I didn't eat much. I had a headache all day, so I didn't have much of an appetite, but that's okay. I did eat some avocado cucumber sushi. I had some soup, gyoza, which manga? It's The Perks of Being an S-Class Heroine, and My Secretly Hot Husband. Those are the two I've been going through. And every time I go in there, I look for book 7 of Freyren. You really want to read that? Yes! They look so good, right? Your Secretly Hot Husband? Full color, the option I got. Very beautiful. I was like, I'm in love with it. I'm very excited to read all through that. I did pick up last time In Love with the Villainess. I think that's what that is. Yeah, In Love with the Villainess. Oh, perusing through those options. But yeah, I picked up book 6 of S-Class Heroine, but I didn't see any copies of My Secretly Hot Husband, so last time there's always been at least book 1 through 3, and I finally found book 4. And I didn't see any more. Hopefully that means it's being updated. People are into it. Oh, my heart rate's still coming down from that. Oof. Oh my gosh. Ah! Wow, it's already 8 something in the evening. Who would have thunk it? That's what happens when you pass the time. Heart workout, yeah. Just what I needed. Oh fuck, I was on the wait list for something at the gym. I wonder if I got off the wait list. I forgot about it. Okay, well, why wouldn't you tell me I got off the wait list sooner? That's okay. That's okay. Life happens. Okay. That's a bummer. I didn't know I got off the wait list for my PM class. I really wanted to do that, but that's okay. Yesterday, I ended stream because I hadn't eaten and I didn't really feel good. And I was supposed to go to a sound bath that one of my friends was putting on at my gym. And because I got really lightheaded, I had to stay home and lay down. And didn't get to go to the sound bath, but that's okay. I'm sure there'll be more sound baths. Never done one, but I've just been doing yoga. And so someone said the sound bath would have been cute. And it was mixed in with like holiday, so they would have prepared dinner afterwards, but I didn't want to pass out. That's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna go to yoga tomorrow evening though, which is much needed after my heart rate just went haywire for that game. Rest is important. I haven't been sleeping well, but that's okay. Sorry, lip gloss. Let's see the other game I was gifted for my birthday. We'll probably play next time. The Dark Queen of Earth. Yes, the other one I was gifted. Experience a macabre short-form second-person indie. You play as the Dark Queen, the final barrier between the hero and end credits. In this fixed-screen pixel art game, Queen's attacks against this hero slay them and quell this nuisance once and for all. But wait, how is this possible? The hero keeps coming back. So did I love the game? Did I love Mouthwashing? I feel so minty fresh and rejuvenated. It's, you know, really got my blood pumping. I'm reading one of the reviews for Mouthwashing. It is, this game is definitely going in my, quote, in case I want to feel depressed collection alongside The Witch's House. The less painful, whatever. I should have known things will go really weird about this game considering this is the same dev who makes How Fish is Made, which is also a bizarre existential crisis inducing. Speaking of minty, I did put mint in your cocoa today. Yay! I love mint hot cocoa. I want some, but only when the weather is cooler here. It was hot as balls today. It was like 80s, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. 30 Celsius, something like that. A little bit lower. Sorry, some of these reviews, I think I agree with the idea of going in blind. Like, you pray for me, thank you. I like the on this side where people are just like, oh my god, and what a ride. And then someone else was like, she's literally me for real, for real. I like that this is an overwhelmingly positive experience. Oh, it won Steam Awards. Wait, okay, so it won 2024 Steam Awards Outstanding Story Rich Game, New York Game Awards. We'll mention Best Narrative of Horror Game Awards, Player's Choice, Indie Game. Wow, okay. Very cool. I know, I had no idea. Normally, I don't play jump scary games. Because I get jump scared a little bit too easily. So very easily? Yes. Very easily. In real life too. Okay, so this dev has several games. Is that correct? You made yourself very brave though. Thank you. I appreciate you. Outfit. Are sardines trustworthy? Are you? Do you want to be? How fishes make janky little jaunt through the world of storytelling. Now featuring a Katamari like DLC. Oh! You don't know what else? It made very trippy story. Yeah, I'm literally looking at the Steam page for How Fish is Made. That's OMG. Hi, long time no see. Hi, KJ. I finished the game. That was a time. I survived. I did indeed finish the game. I don't know if you can call that surviving. You didn't see the ending. I very much, you can hear my asthma flared, so I'm stressed. But apparently, KJ, this game has a huge community following and a lot of fan base, and you might enjoy that. Wow. Decompressing. It's a stress. You know what? Siren Atlas, you lied when you said this was not a jump scary game. For the record. The fan base is awful, actually? I have no idea. Like, what has the fan base done? You know, sounds scare me. Literally, if you approach me and you don't make sounds, I scream in real life. They completely ignore or glorify what happened to Anya. Oh, yeah. No. I'm processing, like, the depth of story, but whenever it's a jump scare game, my adrenaline kind of kicks in the sense of I need to get out of here, fight or flight wise, and then I can process after. It's kind of similar with movies where I cry or feel deeply about. I need time to process what happened, and then I can debrief. Like, I need someone else to debrief with me. Because of how much I get jump scared. Like, I'm not, like, playing coy when I tell people that I get scared so easily. That's why I usually have the sound turned off. Speaking of movies, what up, KJ? Mads and I are gonna see Wicked 2 on Thursday, and as of tonight, the screening we're going to is only you and Mads. Whoa, wait. I need to see if the theater is doing pre... I can't wait for Wicked 2. I was gonna hiccup so loud. Reserve your seats now. Ooh. Atlas, you want to go see Wicked too? Wait, do I have anything? Wait, no, you're going out of town. Never mind. You won't be in town, sir. Do I have anything? No. Wait, why is it in 3D? You weren't interested in it? Aw, Wicked's so good. A bunch of the theaters are doing double features. Prime members have the option to see it as early as like Monday or Tuesday this week. Wait, it's on Amazon Prime? It's on Amazon Prime. Understand. Looking. No, I don't. Ah! Computer screen? Hello? Okay. Not on Amazon Prime. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. Wicked's so good though, Atlas. You're just not like interested in great cinema? Oh, on the theater is what you meant by Prime. Understand. I'm a little dumb. That's okay. But I was trying to see when I could see it. But I didn't realize they were doing it in... It's not just... Wicked is The Wizard of Oz. It's based on the books. And the theater, my good sir. I said what I said. Let's see. I feel like get away with that one. Yo, there's nobody in this theater. Whoa. Why are there divider walls? What the hell? This theater has divider. Oh no, see that one's like sold out. Understand. When people are not at work, there's seats, but when people are at off work, seats are taken. Heard that. How long is the movie? Wait, am I a member? I forgot I was a member of this theater. Oh. Log in. Whatever. I'll buy that later. But I don't know. Some of the theaters near us are like the fancy ones. And then the old... like old Cinemark did updates near us. And so some of them are bougie and some of them are not. I miss when we were in college, $2 movie night. That was awesome. But yeah, thank you for reminding me to look for that. I'm gonna write that down. Notepad with my pen. Regal Evo Penticos. Yeah. Girl, we have not those. Dummy. I wrote even the word dummy down. Because why not? Okay. You're gonna be at the real one, pretty sure Evo's the one that everyone's gonna be at. I don't remember. Did San Marcos get an Evo? Is that like the nicer, like, dinner theater thingy mabob type vibe? I'm not in the San Antonio either. You don't even know how the Regal Bayou is functioning? That's silly. Yeah, I think I graduated. Graduated before I had a chance to really go. Movie theater, arcade, bowling, all in one. Okay, understand. Yeah, I graduated like the same time as Mads. About that time. You know. I don't know. You're speaking about things that happened almost a decade ago, my friend. So I don't know nothing. I don't know. I don't know anything. I choose to not remember some things. You know what? You don't need to tell everyone how long ago I was in undergraduate. Okay. Old, so old. Okay, that's you. I'm not so old. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know you're older. Haha. That's for KJ. Okay. I haven't had dinner. I am hungry. Do you guys have a recommendation of someone we could raid into? If not, I'll just end my stream. I appreciate you guys lurking and hanging out and supporting me screaming through Mouthwashing. That was an experience. I'm so happy you all could be here for that. Do they have raids turned on? Because somebody suggested a person one time and they had that filter turned off. Okay. They literally just started streaming? Okay. How do you know them? They look cool. I like their vibe. Alright. Let's raid into them. That sounds fun. Let's go support them. It says the baby in yellow is the game they're playing. It says new scares that I've saved just for you. So let's go support them, guys. And thank you so much for being here. Mwah, mwah, mwah.